I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone. Happy Monday. It is National Bedhead Day. I lied. I made that up because I just looked at my hair and realized this is what we're going with today. So I made that up so that I wouldn't feel alone. Good morning. Good morning. Kelly, a member for 8 whole months. Way to start this day off right. Way to start it off right with an anniversary, memberversary, birthday, etc., etc. I'm glad you're here. Happy memberversary. Good morning, people. Okay, so I still got my this side. I still got my twinkling grass. I went in this morning and I reset all of my camera stuff too, and I still have twinkling grass. I don't know. We're just gonna have twinkling grass until my camera stops doing it. I don't know. I reset to default, and I still have twinkling grass. So, you know, there are worse things, but it's still doing it. No idea. I guess I just can't wear green the whole time that we're streaming. I don't have much green anyway. Tori the Seed Lady, member for 9 whole months. Yay, 9 months. Love it here. Thanks for having me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. 9 whole months. Such a long time. Such a long time. So exciting. So exciting. I'm very glad you're here. We have they can't dull my sparkle. That's exactly what it is, JC. They can't dull my sparkle. Look at me go. Look at my twinkling grass. I am glad to see y'all. It has been a wonderful weekend. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I worked on the podcast yesterday, and then I went to sleep. My kid came over at like 8 something and made me stop working. And I hung out with him for a little bit, and then I went to bed early. Oh, I needed it. It was great. So I did get a full night of sleep for the first time in a hot minute, which was lovely. And now I am ready for court, ready to see what the day brings us. Jamie, remember for 8 whole months. Yay, 8 months. Love it here. Sparkling Brandi. I love you being here. Happy memberversary. I'm glad to have you. Glad to have you. Oh, it's going to be a good day. For those of you who didn't see last week, let me pull it up. Let me share my screen. Nosy Rosie, member. New member. What's that noise? Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Bill's over there making noise. What's he doing over there? Calm down, Mr. Bill. It's too early for you to be awake. All right. Let's see. Oh, that is my podcast. That's not what I was trying to show y'all. This is what I was trying to show y'all. Let's get it going over here. Okay, this is, I made a trial guide. This is just my notes, and I shared it on the internets, so that you can have access to it too. It's just my notes that I keep while I'm going through this trial, because this is going to be a long trial and it's going to be hard to remember what days had what and who and all of that. Courtney Barnes member for 6 whole months. Happy memberversary. Happy memberversary. Thank you, thank you. Hi, KK. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you, thank you. This is my trial notes to keep up with who said what and when and all of that. So if I put this link on, I posted it on my Twitter, but I can put it on, I can put it in the Facebook group too. But this is and this is my notes. So this is not like one of those things where you're like, hey, you didn't put this or you didn't put this. This is for me. So I'm sharing it with y'all because I'm nice like that. But there are some things that are not on here because, as far as like what's in testimony and stuff, because I don't need to make notes every single time somebody swept the apron or shoveled the apron of snow. But it's still pretty comprehensive. Georgia mom, 2 boys. Member for 10 whole months, actually 12 months, 2 months kindly gifted. So I live here. Yay, you live here. Happy 10 months / 1 year. Happy. I'm glad you're here. All right. So this has this is like the full witness list. I have like the little screenshots from them. That's every time y'all see it like go dark and then you hear that little noise is because I'm taking screenshots for this. But I have the, day, if you go into like day 1, it has the date, and then I have a link for the video. So the video has, and it's not my video here, it is the video that is somebody told me that I should do my video here, but I just do it for the Canton Confidential for Boston, because then I can listen to it without hearing my own voice. So anyway, it's got the link for the video. And then I've got notes on, like the main things that they hit. I download the transcripts by using an app that has a little bit of trouble understanding them, especially Lally, because Lally mumbles. So I download that, and then I sent it to Sleuthy Goosey, who cleaned those up because she wanted to do the transcript. So I have links to her. I sent it to her with like the kind of conjumbled version, and then she went through and cleaned it up and then sent it back. So this is their transcripts for the opening and the defense closings are both on here as well. But it's got like kind of the notes on here, timestamps of different things that are happening, the pictures of different things that they were going over. I made like little graphics and stuff, and I put the maps on, they're talking about the routes they took and stuff like that, the dash cam stuff. So I've got this for every day that's on here so far, with just all kinds of stuff. So if it starts getting confusing and you can't remember, who said what when, you are welcome to refer to this. I will make sure that it's posted in the Facebook group as well as Twitter. I posted on Twitter the other day. Wild Child, new member. Welcome. Let me shiz. We have all kinds of exciting stuff. Oh, y'all are going fast. Let me see. Anna, new member. Welcome. Copy the link. I'm going to put it in the Facebook group right now because otherwise I'll forget, because y'all know I got 4.2 billion things to do every day. So let me put it in there now. Okay, let's see. Link for the Google Sheet of trial notes. There we go. And post. All right, so it's in the Facebook group now. I put it on Twitter as well. So you should be able to get it through one of those outlets. Let me get our trial stuff pulled up. Also, did y'all see Trespassindaffer all up on 34 Fairview Road property? If not, I'm going to show you anyway. It's made my day. Made my day. Made my day. The music that people put behind it is the best part, but I'm not gonna, I did some music with it too, I'm not gonna lie, and posted it, but all right, here we go. Okay, so this is 34 Fairview, and this is Jennifer Coffindaffer, who, remember, has said that, you know, people should not treat crime scenes like tourist attractions and stuff. So here we go. And then she runs away. In her superhero cape, she runs away. That's the best part. Mermaid Mary RN. Great job, Brandi. Love this Juror fan and Lucy too. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hold on. I have to, hold on, there's more. Wait, it gets better. Hold on. You have to see some of the music behind some of this. It's my, it like made my day. Hold on. This one was one of my favorites. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I don't want a copyright strike. Who did that one? Mazda Media did that one. Let's see. Oh gosh, I can't see. That screen that I have right there is so small. Oh wait, here's. Oh, I can't play that one. That'll be copyright strike, but. Where's the, hold on. I gotta find mine. Hold on. I'll play mine. Mine doesn't have music behind it. Oh my gosh.
A snack.
Hold on, here it is. Oops. Oops. Have y'all ever heard that, have you ever seen the,
I'm a slithery little sneaky snake.
have you ever seen that video?
I'm so slithery and sneaky because I'm a snake. Slithering in your garden, catching me a mouse. I'm a slithery little sneaky snake.
Oh my God. My life was made when I saw that. I just think it's hilarious because it's just, you know, she has been so terrible. So, you know, it's hilarious. Okay, so Bless her. Bless her. All right, so let me get this pulled up. We've got the fan going. We're off to a good start with the fan on this morning. Let me go ahead and boost the sound too, because you never know. You never know how they're going to be. Okay. Got the fan going. Okay. So the Lally Tally that we ended with on Friday, courtesy of Marie Moss, is up to 301 what if any's. So that's where we're at right now for that. It is up to I can't remember how many sides we had on Friday, but if y'all have not been here much, or have not, if you're new here or whatever, we have our Lally Tally going, where we're counting all of the times that Lally says some form of what if any, and it is really stinking funny how often he says it. It's one of those things that you just can't ignore it. You can't get away from it. He says it so much. And then there was one time where he stuck it twice in one question, which I think was pretty impressive. And then there was another time where he said something about like, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance or something. I'm like, who, if anyone? What? Who, if anyone? Ian Runkle is ready to throttle Lally for his if any's. There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. It's crazy. But, somebody said that, he's definitely giving Elaine from Johnny Depp a run for the money. It's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. But that's okay. That's all right. Coffindaffer. The chariots thing was hilarious. All right, so also let me show you this real quick while we're waiting. Since right now all we have is a fan. We have the witness lists that it looks like right now we're doing first responders, right? So this is our witness list so far. Or this is our witness list. The ones in yellow are the ones that have testified so far. So it looks like we're going kind of, with all the first responders and who, obviously other than Paul and Aaron, and like who showed up when. So we have one more on the list from the fire department, which is Robbery, which I would expect him to testify today. And then Good, Lank, Gallagher, and Ray were all Canton Police Department that showed up. So I would assume that they may be there as well. So I'm kind of going through, and as they get called, I'm marking them all so we can kind of keep up with who is left from which department that we're going to be seeing. So we'll see. But I would assume Robbery would probably be the one that we would see next. On the podcast episode for this week, I am covering all of the, I was going to do the first week of testimony, but since we will probably have more of the first responders today, I'm going to, I might end up adding some of them in. I started, well, you can see I had it up there. I started working on it yesterday and doing the first part that I did was for Paul and Aaron. But because there's so many conflicting stories and conflicting statements on who said what and who heard what, and I heard this then, but then I remember this now, and all of that, I'm putting all of that together for the first episode. So I would like to get all of the, yeah, there are more first responders. Can you believe it? There are more people in the town of Canton who work at the fire department that we have not heard from yet. Who knew? How many were there? There were, okay, let's see, from the fire department, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 from the fire department, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from Canton Police. So, a lot, a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, I mean, we've had 12 witnesses so far, and of those 12 witnesses, 10 of them have been first responders. So, obviously, one of the biggest controversies over them was Katie McLaughlin. After all of the stuff came out about, you know, with her saying that she was an acquaintance, and then there was those pictures. After that, then all of these pictures started coming forward, like flooding the internet. So now there's like all these, you know, tons of pictures of her and these, you know, of her and Caitlin Albert and, you know, some of their other friends and stuff. And so there's a ton of them now. I think that, you know, I said this last week. I don't think that, and this is just my personal opinion, which I'm allowed to have. Twitter forgets that, but I'm allowed to have it. I don't feel like the other first responders were being, you know, dishonest. I don't feel like they were, you know, getting up there lying. I feel like, you know, like I said the other day, like this has been a long time since this happened. They've all talked about this a lot. And I think that, you know, over time, your memories do fade. And when you hear other people talking about something, you tend to inherit their memories as your own sometimes. So, you know, I think that that's what happened in a lot of these cases. And, you know, when you talk about something so much, like let's say they're sitting around talking about it and they hear, you know, that she said, I hit him over and over, then, you know, it's very possible to start remembering that, which could explain why they say it. You know, some of them said it now, but didn't say it then or whatever, you know? So I don't, I think that can explain some of it. As far as Katie, you know, I don't know what, you know, what she said she heard. She's the only one. My only thing with what she said is that she is sure that, you know, that Karen said it in front of an officer, but the officer's reports completely contradict that. So in order to believe that, you would have to believe that like one of them is wrong, you know, so you have to believe that either she's wrong or the officer's reports are wrong. So, and I feel like with an officer especially, that would have been something they would have written down. But, you know, who knows? Renee P., thank you for the super chat. Interesting developments over the weekend. People coming out of the woodwork with photos of Kay McLaughlin and her acquaintance. It's going to get spicy. Yeah, there were a lot of pictures that came out after all of that happened. Like, a lot. So, interesting. And, you know, the thing is like, I don't think that means that they're, you know, like best friends and, you know, braid each other's hair on the weekends or anything. Like I don't, but I think that the way that, to me, and this is just my interpretation of it, the way that she said, you know, oh, I went to high school with a girl named Katie Albert. That to me sounded intentionally deceptive, because it would have been, in my opinion, more credible and would have sounded more honest if she had just said, yeah, you know, we have a bunch of the same, like we've had some of this mutual friends, you know, we used to hang out, it's been a long time, you know, whatever, like, but to say the way she said it, where it's like, oh, I went to high school with somebody by that name. Is that who you mean? Like, you know why you're here, girl. You know why you're here. So to me, it came across as deceptive. And I think that other people might interpret it differently, because we all know that everybody interprets things differently. That was my interpretation of it. I think that if she'd have just said, you know, yes, I know her, we have, you know, mutual friends, we've hung out in the same groups, whatever, but, you know, we aren't like one-on-one friends, then I think that that would have been a little bit more closer to the truth, maybe. Holly Mack, come here for 11 whole months. Best 11 months. Thanks, Brandi and all. Thank you, Holly Mack. 11 whole months. Mod extraordinaire. I hope they find a photo of McLaughlin as a bridesmaid in her wedding. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where can we find these pictures? You know, I put some of them on that document that I have. I put some of them on there so that people could get an idea of what they were talking about. But my kid is texting me. Oh, thought it was something important. Yeah, to downplay the relationship is suspect. That was the thing to me too, Sylvia. It just seemed like downplaying it to me has the opposite effect of what is intended. And I feel like that part for me was just, if I'm watching that as a juror, and I talked to somebody else over the weekend who said that that wasn't, you know, that's not how they interpreted it. They thought like if she'd have said anything else, it would have sounded defensive. So, you know, obviously we're all going to interpret things differently. And look, there are people that I hung out with 10 years ago that I don't talk to now, you know, or well, those 4th of July pictures, I guess, were 8 years ago. There were people that I talked to 8 years ago that I don't talk to now. But if I'm asked about them, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, I went to high school by somebody, you know, with somebody that by that name. She kept being like, we're acquaintances, not close friends. Yeah, that's to me like, it almost seemed like an intentional attempt to distance herself, which I think came across to me as disingenuous. I can't talk. Deline, you know, my mom's name is Deline. It's spelt different, but there's somebody who oh, sorry, medicine hasn't kicked in yet. Unmedicated Brandi. There's somebody who commented on one of the photos that's named Deline that spells it the same as my mom, and I've never seen that before, ever in my life. Okay, sorry, back to the question. Hi, question. All these photos and other things that come out as the trial goes on, can her lawyer use that stuff? That's a good question. You know, if he calls as a witness.
When it's open, you may be seated.
Maybe.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Here we go. Here we go.
Can I counsel? Identify.
Dave Walsh, welcome.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified
I knew it.
On Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering...
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented
so, hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lank, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we'd exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
Okay.
I think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see it for a second?
Oh, dang. Oh, dang.
All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Jim.
I had a feeling that would happen because obviously everybody started coming out of the woodworks when oh, look who decided to join us.
8.
Thank you. She just came and crawled in her little bed. All those pictures started coming out. I mean, she wasn't even off the stand on Friday, y'all, before all the pictures started coming out. And the thing is, the baby shower thing being so recent is going to be the thing that messes with her credibility more, because then it becomes, okay, you know, then it becomes a thing of like, okay, this isn't just like, I haven't seen her in years. I saw her 8 years ago, you know, like she saw, this was less than a year before John's death. And that doesn't mean that they were best friends at all, but it just shows a level of, intentionally trying to distance herself from it, which can come across bad to the jury. So, yeah, that's not an old picture from, 2016. That's 2021. Off to a big start this morning. I think if she had just said, like, been more forthcoming about all of that, then it, it would have been a lot better for her. Harangue the jury.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I love that. Hear ye, hear ye. Hear
Good
ye,
morning
hear
again,
ye.
counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. Yes. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar and
It scared me. All my stuff just went black. You need the court volume up more? Oh, I have it down. Sorry. Oops. Oops. Dang it. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. There we go. Happy hour at the Sidebar. Oh, goodness gracious. So, oh, my Boston accent is getting much better. Just don't emphasize the ah quite so much at the, and it'll be for, okay, Sidebar. Can I see counsel at a Sidebar? I'm getting pretty good at it. Getting pretty good. I told y'all, by the end of this, you're not going to be able to tell if I'm from Boston or Georgia. Sidebar. I'm curious about, as far as everything went last week, what stood out to y'all with some of the testimony and stuff? Because there was a lot of, obviously a lot of stuff we heard from the first responders and stuff, but I'm curious about what stood out to y'all the most that we heard, other than clearing the dang apron. If I hear one more thing about clearing the apron, shoveling the apron, and that there was snow, I think even in that thing of notes I have, I started getting annoyed when I was taking my notes, and I was like, same questions over and over. Snow, 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 snow. Clear the apron, clear the apron, clear the apron. Everyone had a conflicting story, which makes me feel like I can't take any of them at face value. You know, I think that's really important to look at too, because, you know, them having different stories and conflicting memories, it's one of those things that the jury's just going to have to take into consideration. Like, you know, when they look at all of it together, what makes the most sense? What seems, you know, like, you know, obviously, like your reports that are going to be right after are going to be done. You would think that those are going to be the most accurate. So to me, I put more weight into those than I do testimony from 2 years later, 2.5 years later. So is the jury going to look at it the same way too? Or are they going to go mostly by, you know, because they're taking notes on this, are they going to go mostly by what was said in the reports that were done directly after, or in their testimony today, or, you know, during whatever day? And with the reports, what's interesting is that in all of the reports, the only one of the first responder reports that had the "I hit him" in there was Katie's, which if she had, I almost think that, like, if she had said that she heard that when it was just them or something, that it would have been almost more credible than her saying that she said it in front of an officer, because the officer's reports directly contradict that. So that's something the jury's going to have to weigh and figure out what they think. Just like in any case. That beeping. The beeping.
Be mindful of step up. Let's get standing. Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases and bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
And a screenshot.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that, and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him, and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding to?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location and respond to that location?
I did.
And what was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And
So
you
this would
say
be the
winter
blower?
gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
Oh.
And if you know, about what time was it
I was
that
thinking
you
the leaf blower too.
arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then who, if anyone else, did you talk to then?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that there was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over there?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing the scene, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that...
Sustained.
Oops.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive, so they declined to respond at that time.
There may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would...
Objection.
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Did you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe had been found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first they mentioned of the pictures. I don't know if they have those, why we've been seeing those 1992 Nokia pictures. First I've heard of crime scene tape too.
Direct your attention to what's currently marked as Exhibit 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please just review those yourself and look up on your screen.
Okay.
That was one of the big questions too, was that why were there no pictures in the original report and all of that? That's the court reporter. So she talks, like she does,
Your Honor,
that gets rid of all the,
may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
that gets rid of all the side noise or like everything around her so that she can speak the words into the thing and it records them for the record. It always looks like a breathalyzer to me. Although I don't know that, I think I've seen the breathalyzers on cops. Isn't that what they look like? Are they, or no, those are smaller, aren't they? I don't know. Didn't they also change their pictures from the original report too? Yeah, the original report didn't have any pictures. The second report that was changed had picture added to it, but only like the those really bad pictures, which has been one of the things that, you know, has been a question about this all along, is why aren't there pictures? Why are there, because even in I can't remember which report it was. I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but they were estimating where John was based on the dash cam video when they went back next time. So if they had done this and measured it, then why did he have to do that? So this is on our list of all the questions we wanted
Mr. Lally,
answered.
hold on for a sec.
You know what, I'll see counsel again at Sidebar on this issue.
But that was one of the things that, you know, we had talked about before, is if they had measurements of where exactly John O'Keefe was when he was found, why did they need to use the dash cam video to estimate about how far he was when they went back to do their investigations later? This is the first we've heard of crime scene tape. That's a new one.
I thought the witnesses were doing that.
Yes.
Yes, he knew at this time that this was the body of a police
Jurors,
officer
I
had
had
been
told
found
you
there.
before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Ms. Delali, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, just writing the numbers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked, the next 13 photographs in the book be marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay.
What did he call the thing that they dig to, what did he call that? The thing they dig to find the road or whatever? You call it a Cape Cod burner or something? What do you call it? Berm. Huh. Cape Cod berm. Basically a rounded curb. Got it. The Cape Corn on Cob. That's close. That's close.
Sorry.
Just a fancy construction word for asphalt curbing. Got it. Learn something new every day here. Court reporter will need a break after this. You know, you think about that with her talking into that thing. I bet her voice does get tired. They're waiting on, they're getting all the exhibits together. Oh, somebody get off the microphone. Trying to listen. Alyssa K, they did not complete their homework.
It's 21 from 32. Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Are we finally going to see actual pictures? Not from a Nokia from the late 90s? Could it be?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen.
All right, here we go. Pictures, pictures.
If you could enlarge that just to get them. Yeah, Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that.
Oh, nope, still bad pictures.
File that.
I believe that's Exhibit 30.
And if you could just describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any point, if I may ask, or any, this is a rated.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one.
I thought these were going to be like good pictures.
That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph? If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway, showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from a, I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31, and it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood, and there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass, and the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprint that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24, and it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I wonder why wouldn't you think that there would be better cameras and pictures? Or am I just...
This is Exhibit 27, and it's what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
And next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm.
Oh my God, it said
And
sperm.
it's just a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph, Ms. Gilman?
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
May I approach you on this?
Yes, yes. Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that level?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser officer, Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera footage?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
That was one of the questions everybody had,
And,
is the
if you
crime
could,
scene
sir,
tape.
as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape, it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
And my apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera. You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raised way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So, Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up over the scene?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark.
I don't know where the leaf blower, I guess we'll hear that in a minute, but when he said earlier that he stopped by to get winter equipment, I thought that's what he was talking about. But he said it was jackets and stuff, so we still haven't found out that part.
Lieutenant, what if anything are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's blowing around.
I don't see it.
Right now, you can't see it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just me.
Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he got there, didn't he say like right at 7 or right around 7? He said shortly after 7. That's what I
Now,
put in
with
my notes.
reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before in case there were any questions on how it was deployed. I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
I wonder how much of the video he got. I want to see how much they melted around, like how far of an area they melted around. No, this is not the lead detective. This is still Canton PD. This is before state police took over.
So showing you with this, do you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
May we approach?
Okay. Sure. The crime scene tape is one of the things, it's not something that I've ever been like overly concerned about, only because they were there on scene. I mean, call me crazy. It's just not one of like the glaring questions I had, but I have seen that a lot. That was one of the things that people had asked. One of the other things though was pictures. And so I thought that we were about to see like good pictures, but it was just those same bad pictures. But at least now we know that those pictures were taken after 7 o'clock. That was one of the questions that we had, is when were those taken? Because obviously there's snow on the ground and all that. But it's just, I just don't understand why they're so bad. Like why they're so blurry. I thought we were about to see like actual good pictures. Did you catch that? Do you recognize? He said no, and Bev cleared her throat, and Lally asked to approach. I've heard a lot about this, about like this, like people are saying that she's signaling. Lord of mercy. This case. I'm trying to make notes as we go. So I've got I'm taking screenshots and stuff and putting stuff in here. So I'm trying to take notes for us as we go. These are all on that thing I showed you.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce an innocent.
Okay.
If blood was visible, wooden pieces of taillight too. That's one of the things, one of the questions I've had all along is that if they were able to find clear cocktail glass, how did they not find
Thank you.
the big red glass, like big red taillight pieces? That's been one of my questions all along. That was one of the main things I said, that in order for me to, in order for them to prove guilt to me, they would have to explain that and the car injuries.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. Yoga. I still can't lift the shoulder all the way, but it's getting better. Yoga. Yoga. Call me crazy. I am not a fan of when they show the family like this, because I know that people want to see them, but I feel like this is such a hard time for them. I don't like it when they show the family. I would rather them give them what little bit of privacy they have, but I know that a lot of people want to see them, but I'm just not a fan of that. I think they should steer clear of that, but that's just me. So some of the questions that we've had about this, I know a lot of people had a question about the tape. So they did have crime scene tape at one point, but it was blowing around too much. One of the other questions has been, where did the leaf blower come from? The solo cups. How did they find the cocktail glasses or pieces of the cocktail glass, but not the other shoe and the big red pieces of taillight? Where was the other shoe found in relation to where he was? What are some of the other questions that have been going through our minds about this?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as Exhibit 30?
20. Yeah.
The last exhibit is this.
That's one of the things too. I feel like
Yes.
there should be a picture of that from right when they moved him, if they took a picture right after, because it doesn't show any grass on there. There's the snowblower.
And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going on?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other...
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, You're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, Your Honor.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence there?
We're concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
So we still didn't say where it came from. I'm just curious about that.
And the next video, Nick. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
Breathing. Mike, thank you for the super chat. There's not much snow on the ground at the time of the alleged impact. Pretty sure John had enough body heat to melt any under him. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
He's also walking all around there too, and not.
Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else, did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were with?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, About how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
Okay, and how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lank transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them there?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lank placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lank placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lank.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to the residence?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lank arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area at home?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
And so you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what is a Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays, so the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So remember, the Sally Port is the one that he said, that Unetti said in the hearing that the time where they're pulling it in was missing. I know in discovery there has been video submitted, so maybe they found that. That was another one of the questions that needed to be answered during trial.
Depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
Okay, what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, I'll will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, the motion activated surveillance. But the whole thing was, he said it was during the time when the car was being brought in, so there should have been motion there. So maybe they found it?
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, I'm ahead or behind a couple seconds. Red Solo.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
What time did you just say this? I was singing Red Solo Cup. What time did you say this one's for? Yeah, they're definitely bringing as much as they can in without Proctor. They want to limit him as much as possible. After those openings, I don't blame them for that. They want to get everything they can.
2-1 at the bottom. Yeah.
In without him. 12 a.m. to 12 noon. Okay, gotcha. And I don't blame them for that. I mean, imagine the jury that, like, that being the first thing that you hear is about him looking for nude pictures and saying he hopes she offs herself and stuff. Like, if that's the first thing they're hearing, I don't blame them for wanting to try to keep him out of this as much as possible. I would too. Oh yeah, remember if when Bev asked, what if they don't call Proctor as a witness?
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m.
FBI had Proctor's phone records. And that's how the defense got their information about all that.
If you could just pause 1 second.
Say day 5.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Nancy.
Okay, seated.
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue is that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen. It's
dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. Okay. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
Give us something other than the fan. Nope, the fan. The dang fan. All right, well. Okay, so. Yeah, she said home computer. Here, I'll cover the fan for a minute. There we go. Now the video won't play. I know. Well, he says it's because of the size of it. If it was 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. or whatever, then I guess that would be why. So here's my thing. If the leaf blower was able to find the cocktail glass, one of the questions I've had all along is why wasn't it able to find a shoe and the big pieces of red taillight? That's something that I have not understood from the beginning. It's one of the questions that I said I would need answered during this. And we've never heard exactly where the shoe or the taillight pieces were found in relation to where Officer O'Keefe was. And then, of course, there's the whole thing about Berkowitz just riding down the road and happened to see more taillight pieces and stuff like that. Like, all of that seems very hard to understand. So those are the questions that I've had. And you can see where he's walking around, and you know, like with wind, you know, there's going to be some pieces of snow that are, or not pieces, but some areas of snow that are going to be, you know, thicker than others. You can see where some of his footprints show that they're a little bit deeper than others. But he's walking around all around that area with the leaf blower, and you can see his footsteps and stuff. So even if it didn't come in with the, like in the leaf blower area, there was none anywhere around where he was like walking around in all those footsteps either. So that's just always been something that has been one of my big questions. That's something that I need explained to me to make that part make sense, because based on everything that they've told us, that part still doesn't make sense to me. Let's see. Let's go to some of y'all's thoughts and questions. Yeah, she wanted to watch the video, but she didn't check the email. She's busy. She's busy. Loaded Hot says only Proctor has those answers. 7x7 area was cleared by leaf blower. That is pretty big. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big area, especially because, you know, if he's found, depending on who's testifying, you know, they all estimated, and it's hard to give an estimate, so I'm not saying anything about all their estimates being different. Like, obviously an estimate's going to be an estimate, and especially with snow on the ground, by the time, you know, they got there, there's going to be, everybody's going to give their best guess. But the guesses have been anywhere from, you know, 5 feet to 20 feet from the curb. So 20 feet, I think, was the furthest that we had. But most of the guesses have been between like 8 to 12 feet, right? So if he was between 8 to 12 feet from the curb, and they did a 7x7 area, but you can see right there where they're showing the curb, and like you can see him stepping around and walking kind of right there. That's one of the things that I have not had a grasp on yet. I don't understand that part yet, about if he's walking around right there and they're using the leaf blower and all of that, how they didn't find the shoe or the taillight, but they could find cocktail glass. That part to me I still need answers for. Let's see. It's too dark. Let's see. Savannah says, one thing that remains a question for me from testimony last week. So Karen said, I hit him, and nobody ever asked a follow-up question. Wouldn't a paramedic want to know? Yeah, I mean, the one paramedic said that he asked, okay, well, do you mean you hit him like with your fist, or did you hit him with whatever? And then that was kind of as far as it went. So we never heard anything else about that. But then none of that was in the report, if I remember right, for that one. So that's another question. But especially if it was said, like Katie McLaughlin said, that she said it in front of an officer. And if it was said in front of an officer, like with the EMT, I get like they're, you know, trying to figure out what's going on and stuff, but they're there to focus on saving his life. But the officers, if it was said in front of an officer, there would be no reason for that to not be in a report. Was there any damage to the shoe? Like it had been ripped off? We have not heard about any damage to the shoe. There was nothing that I can remember seeing listed with damage to it. Now, like in the discovery reports, there's they said that there are tears in his shirt sleeve. I think it's like tears like 1 through 9, had swabs done or whatever. So it lists the tears in that, and then it says, I think, defects or damage or something to the front and the back. But I don't remember it saying anything about damage to the shoe. Not that I can remember. The average is 12 feet. Yeah, like most of the stuff that has been coming out was 10 to 12. Is there a photo of the actual body? No. Not on scene. And the taillight pieces and shoe were found later in the 7x7. They had already cleared. I don't know. See, I don't know where all they were found, or, how well it was documented. One of the biggest problems I've had with this all along is y'all know I love me some documents and reports. And the fact that these have been so messy has been the biggest headache in the world, because normally when I'm wanting answers, I'll go to the documents. And in this case, that just gives me migraines because all of the documents contradict each other. So that's why I'm hoping that trial clears things up. So far, it hasn't, but we're still early. Let's see. Was the guy controlling leaf blower CSI? He is the lieutenant. Gallagher, the one that's on the stand, is lieutenant for Canton Police Department. He's the one who was running it himself, is what he said, I think. Why wasn't she arrested at the time then? Why is there no accident report? Yeah, a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Oh yeah, I'm still chuckling about him referring to red Solo cups as temporary plastic evidence containers. That's another thing, and I'm sure they're going to bring this up on cross, because it's another one of those things that, okay, where did the red Solo cups come from? How do we know that they didn't have any kind of, contamination? Was it, a brand new sealed unopened pack, or is this, like somebody was playing flip cup and they got, there's so many questions. So that's one of the things that I'm sure that they'll bring up on cross, is those temporary plastic evidence containers. Were his clothes not ripped? It says on the discovery report that there are rips in his sleeve. What, if any, of his clothes are missing? The only thing that I don't think is on the discovery, it doesn't say anything about his socks that I saw on discovery, and it doesn't say anything about his belt. So I don't know if, unless I missed them. Those are the only two things that I didn't see on the discovery thing, but I think everything else was eventually found. Unless this big puffy jacket does exist somewhere that, that the one guy remembers. But I don't think it does, because nobody else did. And he's not wearing one in the video at the bar. Tears to the shirt, like from a dog ripping it. Well, it depends on which theory. Like, the defense's theory is the dog, and the prosecution's theory. I thought that the prosecution was going to say something about, because I've said all along, like, for the injuries to make sense to me, they would have to line it up to something under the car. So I thought that that's where they would go with this in the openings and say, like, we know where this came from, and it lined up with this, and we, have tissue under this, but there was never any of that. And he said in the openings that the right arm is the one that had the damage in his right hand that's attached. He had the cocktail glass in his right hand that's attached to his right arm, that had the damage to it. So it made it sound like they're going to say that that's potentially from the cocktail glass, which I don't get. So we'll have to see where they go from that. Where did they get the red Solo cups used? They did not say, so I'm assuming we are going to hear about that on cross, because I can guarantee that defense is going to bring that up. Caroline says, when I was hit by a drunk driver, the firefighters were immediately on scene, or were immediately on the state trooper that responded to notify him that they smelled alcohol, and the trooper immediately went and cuffed him. Interesting. Did they swab the arm for DNA? They swabbed the clothing for DNA, for canine DNA, and it came back negative. And there's still some arguments about that because, you know, there's the email that we saw from the FOIA request where, you know, they're confirming that there are no swabs that were done of the arm, and the swabs that were done of the clothing where the tears are, those came back negative for dog DNA, but or canine DNA, but they're still saying that, you know, because the chain of custody was broken, and the actual arm wasn't swabbed, et cetera, et cetera. So there are still questions about that people are wanting cleared up. They did find the second shoe eventually. No one documented smelling alcohol on Karen, yeah. I think Carrie Roberts, was it her report that said that it seemed like that Karen was hysterical and may still have been drunk or something, but nobody said anything. But all the reports from the night before said that she didn't seem drunk, that she seemed fine, which I think is also one of the arguments of why they didn't want the testing to the blood alcohol testing to come in, because they said there's no way for them to know that she didn't drink more when she got home, because everybody had said that she was fine when you know, she was out. So that's the thing about this one. You have two very different stories. What the prosecution says happened and what the defense says happened are two very, very different stories. So the jury's going to have to listen to everything and figure out, you know, what makes sense to them and what doesn't. But that's another thing too, though, that, you know, oh yes, they did eventually find the hat. It was in the documents, like photographed, but it was never listed as being found, I think is what the issue was with the hat. I can't remember for sure. It was documented like in photographs, but never, but it wasn't specified anything else other than that. But the thing about the jury too, keep in mind, they don't have to, they're not like, this isn't like, you know, the prosecution's going to give their story, the defense is going to give their story, and they have to believe one or the other 100%. They have to believe the prosecution without any kind of reasonable doubt. They don't have to believe the defense beyond any reasonable doubt. They just have to believe that there's enough reasonable doubt in what they present that Karen could be innocent. So far, there's obviously a lot of reasonable doubt. We're still early in the trial. We'll see what they bring about, but Andrea, new member, welcome. You live here now. Welcome. Welcome. Georgia Mama 2 Boy says, someone knew what points of contentions would be and what needed to be handled, in my opinion, after listening to the podcast. Yeah, you know, that's one thing that, the one thing about them having such, like, having the defense's theory out there like this is that the prosecution does know all of the things that, you know, we're questioning. So yeah, they did the swab for the dogs on his shirt sleeve. He was wearing a t-shirt underneath and then a long sleeve It's like a hoodie, but it's not like one of those thick hoodies, you know? It's like more like a long sleeve t-shirt that had a hood on it, is what it looks like. You can see it in the video at the bar. Yeah, they found the second shoe during one of the searches later. Who you barking at? From the testimony alone at this point, it's all reasonable doubt. Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of how we go into it. Because remember, we're going into this, she is innocent unless proven guilty. Right now, you know, we're still on the first responders and, you know, who showed up first and hearing all of their stories. So there's no proof at this point that she's, you know, guilty. There's a lot of questions that have been raised. So this is kind of one of those things where we're going to have to see what they bring and what, you know, if they can fill in all these holes in all these questions that we have. Lucy's back. She's been barking at people out in the hall and now she's back. She's got bedhead too. Sunshine State of Mind says, I feel like it will be a hung jury. I think there is a guilty plant. It's okay. People are allowed to be out there. You don't own the hallway. Go watch the people on the beach. It'll calm you down. Lucy. What do you think? Okay, so for those who are, because like I said, innocent unless proven guilty is where we stand. But for those of you who are hardcore, like she's innocent, what would it take? What kind of evidence would you need to see to change your mind? And vice versa. If you were one of the ones who is like hardcore, she's guilty, what evidence would you like, or what would you have to see to give you reasonable doubt?
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, okay, maybe better with the lights. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer, maybe a little bit. If you could please put the lights back on. Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significance you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, With reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle when you saw it?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
And just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 a.m. That's fine. Just a little bit now. Right there. If you could just hit that. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the garage at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if it's not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m.
These cameras are really bad.
If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. He places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the Sally port and with some tools that he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
Just come in if you could, press.
Who's this when they find the hair? Yeah, he's commentating again. It sounded like Jackson that objected, which means Jackson's going to be doing the cross-examination. The date is February 1st on this.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it. Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, had been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to the crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing that day?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Would you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
Well, if they were...
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
If Canton was conflicted out,
Now,
how was he
with
allowed to go?
reference,
I don't know how that works, but...
If I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate to you?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain. I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
Same sidebar. So this is the time. So February 4th is the time when Berkowitz was just riding by Fairview and saw that there was red pieces of taillight. They're saying that because of the warm rain and all that, some of the snow had melted. So, okay, but I'm confused because at this point, Canton Police is conflicted out of this, right? So, wouldn't that mean that he's not going with them to do this and that Berkowitz wouldn't be? Wouldn't be, I don't know. I guess we'll find out on cross. Yeah. He said because of the warm rain and...
And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I guess we'll have our questions answered. Is it weird? I'm nervous.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
A formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowley.
And there was also a state trooper there?
There was.
Lieutenant Tully?
Correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene?
No, sir.
Which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well?
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either?
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023.
A year
I
later?
believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere?
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him, yes.
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct, yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were?
That is correct, yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you'd been trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
He didn't say plastic cups.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather gear, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Gallagher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Gallagher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command?
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some way?
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police, sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure, I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lank, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lank, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lank had an ongoing and a long-time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lank, no issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at Sidebar, please.
Well, so that's interesting. He said that Jackson is misrepresenting their relationship. It's also, think about the jury right now, what the jury is thinking, hearing all of this. Because a lot of us, especially those of y'all who've been following me over the last 9 months as I've, covered this, like, we know a lot more than the jury does right now at this point, obviously. So think about, from the jury perspective, what do you think would be standing out to you the most at this point? I know that the defense is going to be hammering in the fact that, there were relationships between them, but what else would stand out to you at this point?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Bam, that's me too.
Lieutenant, just before we went to Sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene, and Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No,
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
that's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
Okay. When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report?
Yes.
About your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Just take a look at that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it, read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent.
Okay, I didn't have...
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Shocker, a report is not accurate. I'm so surprised. So
Just a moment, Your Honor.
surprised.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes.
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection
That's
of the blood.
An important thing for him to point out for his
You
defense.
found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor,
Correct.
he had some solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups,
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
you have a
How we know
rough
where the cups
estimate
came
of
from.
how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lank,
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one, well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's funny.
Just got to show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all? That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
Okay. As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, a portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did.
Plastic material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was...
I did not.
Okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
Whew.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
That is correct.
And You indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Was your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department?
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
Okay. That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lank?
Sergeant Lank was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lank well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lank had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lank.
Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good, correct.
Before you ever got there?
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your personal your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No. Not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied him.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews, did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
And I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
He was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question, his access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited?
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the Sally Port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well?
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, this is not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up?
Correct.
Okay, got it, thank you.
That's a weird way to number things.
When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Why? Why, Bev? We were into this. See if I can hear them saying anything. Okay, so getting a little spicy. You can tell that Gallagher is not loving him some Alan Jackson. we going, cameraman? Where are we going? Not loving him some Alan Jackson. You can tell that he doesn't like the questioning about the Alberts and the probable cause. I hear something. Not enough to make it out, though. Chief Berkowitz is the okay, so it's Tom Kelleher who lives on Fairview. Tom Kelleher is also the one who, I think they asked him if he had ring video that would capture it, and he said, I think from what I remember reading, it said that he had ring video, but it didn't capture anything. But Kelleher lived in the house kind of like across the street, like kind of in between 34 Fairview and the other. But, you know, that's the thing about, that was one of the other questions I had. Okay, like, okay, if he says there's nothing on it, that's fine, but turn it over anyway. Just in case, you know, just let us, just turn it over. Just rule that out so that there's not a question. That's fine if there's nothing, but just have it ready to show that there's nothing. It's just one of those things that would have been able to clear up a lot of stuff later down the road. Like this. We need a diagram connecting string. I'm struggling with who is who. I have that. If you go to 13thjurorpodcast.com, I have that. Right here. So it's got the who's who, the condensed version, the big version. It's got all kinds of stuff. The taillight picture that we didn't get till later. And then it's got timeline stuff. All that. Oh, this is the... Now the time has now changed. Apparently now the time, according to the opening statements, that this happened is at 12:45, not 12:25. But this shows you, this is 62 feet. If she, which would have been like, you know, pretty far up, like it would have been in front of the neighbor's house, and then back. That's the theory. 62 feet forward. But see, this is, you can see, because this is a straight line, you can see it's kind of a curve right there too, but, and that has like the everybody. But I don't know why that's not. I might have to make it bigger. I messed with that a little bit this weekend, and now it's, oh, it looks big on this screen. Maybe it just looks small on that screen because that screen is so small. But anyway, so that's all on 13thjurorpodcast.com. It helps. Let's see. Why are we breaking? It's just getting good. I know, right? Here, you want me to cover the fan? The fan gets to be a little bit much. Oops. There we go. Try to cover a little bit. Yeah, it helps, especially if you like are having trouble keeping up with who's who and the Alberts and all that. So that can kind of help. My kid says that when I talk about this, it reminds him of that meme from that one movie where the guy is like, has all the strings and he's like this and he's trying to explain stuff and he looks like a crazy person because I'm trying to explain to my kids sometimes like what all this is, and he says that I remind him of that guy. $12:45, even though Karen is heard walking across the garage floor. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's one of the things I have a big question about too, because he said 12:45, but they've said that there's the 12:41 voicemail of her, and you can hear the garage door, and you can hear hear her walking in the garage, and all of that. So that's something that I don't get. Let's do this. 34. Fairview Road. Okay, so this is 34 Fairview. They have it blocked out a little bit, but this is his. So, so it's kind of like, you know, across from where. I feel like that would have been good video to have, even if just to rule something out. But I should have just used the fan to clear the crime scene. James says, as someone mentioned, I can confirm there's no AC in that courthouse, and that is legit the only air unless they open the windows. Yeah, I don't mind them having the fan on. It makes me nauseous when they put it on the screen. Ashley says, hello, Brandi and all. Good morning, afternoon to everyone. I'm getting started at the crime scene photos. Wouldn't it make more sense for a cocktail glass to come from inside the house? Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, at this point, they haven't got those videos that show him leaving the bar with a glass in his hand. They find, they'll get those videos later, but at the time that they're finding this, they don't have that yet. So my first thought would be that it may have come from inside the home of the yard that he's laying in, but I mean, I'm not a police officer. Will there be reasonable doubt? I mean, so far, there's a ton of it. Yeah, exactly. How would he have known that? Because they don't have that video yet. So to me, that would have been one of the first, I guess, thoughts that I would have about, if I'm finding a cocktail glass, I would think that would be my first thought. But was that pallet there at the time of the crime? I don't know. I think that it used to sit up here. I don't think so, because this was taken April of 2022. I think that this was like they had I don't know if it's the same one, but they had a painted one that was like sitting up by the porch. But I don't know if it's at that same time. I don't understand why they went back to the house at 9 if a conversation was had at 8 about them being conflicted and taking themselves off the case. Okay, so they went back at 9 to talk to Jen McCabe, who brought them back to tell them that she had remembered that Karen Reed said, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" When she was talking to them before, she didn't remember that, and then she remembered it when they left, and so they came back and they were at the house then. So I think at that time he said 5 people in the house that he knew of at that time. I think it was Jen and Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, right? If I remember right. They say that they have him on video leaving Waterfall Bar with a drink in his hand. But they didn't know that at this time. Yeah, they said Karen had a glass leaving the first bar. So to go from CF McCarthy's to Waterfall, they said that Karen had a glass in her hand. And the witnesses said that when they saw her come in, that she had a glass in her hand. And I think somebody even said like she pulled it out from her jacket or something. I think that may have been Julie Albert if I remember, but I'm not positive. But they said that she had a glass in her hand leaving, like on the video. And then the witnesses testified that she had it in her hand when she was, she walked in. And then it said in the video of them leaving Waterfall that he had a glass in his hand. And, you know, that was one of, like, I had said before, that was one of my when I first started looking into this, one of my theories, like, okay, well, if they were fighting or something and, you know, when she drove off, maybe he threw the cocktail glass at, you know, at the car, like, you know, screw you, whatever. But because I kept trying to figure out, like, different ways this could have happened, just because the biggest thing for me is the injuries. I don't understand the injuries compared to the car damage. That's going to be the biggest thing for me too. If they can't show that, then I don't know. I don't know. Be Kind Tiger, hello. I was in another creator stream last night. John O'Keefe supporters to see how they are seeing this case. I was gobsmacked by the bitch. Oh. Brandi got a shout out. Oh, I'm sure I did. And Millie Little got a shout. Yeah, I'm sure they... I'm not surprised. They hate me, which is funny because they all try to argue with me on Twitter about things that I never said. Makes a lot of sense. Does anyone bring their own glasses to bars there? I don't know. I was wondering, like, maybe if, like if you're drunk and walking out and not paying attention or something, maybe. All right, we're back.
Thank you. Close back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lank collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lank handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw him go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one, are you asking one of
One
the?
and the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens?
Yes, correct.
Hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so it's
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port, along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you, then the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will step. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
Oh, that's interesting.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs, first time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
no.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report.
Which police report?
The original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Okay. Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't. I don't have access to the evidence log.
Could you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD.
That's
Why would you
correct.
not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
How did he remember how to spell that?
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police.
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume?
Most likely.
Deputy Chief?
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You know, this is one of the things we hear so much. Documentation is so important in these investigations, and he's pointing out that there was a lot of it that wasn't done.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me, and I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah, we're still on the first witness today. This is his cross.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
Make sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken?
Yes.
Based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Hurry up, I want to see what the pictures are.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Take it.
I've almost happy 1 year.
Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being mocked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Mocked. You're still being mocked. I have almost happy 12-month memberversary.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Yes. Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to the next one. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
Is that right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct,
Right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lank?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lank got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39.
Oh,
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag,
Yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that
I did not have the
photograph
Stop and
appear to be
Shop.
taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay. Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the map, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
it's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes,
All right, so the blood in the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
you can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights.
red solo
Would you
cups and
agree
a
that
Stop and Shop bag.
having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to speak to, if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's a...
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
And in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can't unhear that.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he's showing the possibility.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets do the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a tail light, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the tail light in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the tail light that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
Correct.
ask him questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
Well, how are we feeling? How do you think that went? What wins do you think the prosecution got during that, if any? What, if any, wins do you think? What, if any? Definitely pointed out some sloppy crime scene stuff. I think that it was important for him to point out that the cups were right there, and if there was going to be evidence tampering, that it would have been possible in that moment, because showing the opportunity for that is giving a little bit of weight to their theory.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank
Thank you,
assignment
Ann.
as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on, that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
Thank you, Salty Girl.
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the phone?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously, we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button, it says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular date, January 28th and the 29th, at some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have what, if anything, does he do for work with you?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police Station?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually, could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls, helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
we try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that would be on a midnight shift, it's any of our unmarked detectives' cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of the personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to the Camden Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody? She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? Madam Mayor Pro.
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Plummer will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next.
No objection.
This would be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Okay, please, sound good.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe.
Yeah, he's about to come, and we'll be on set, so.
No.
I think he probably another guy and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down Seven.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where? So back home, you said his girlfriend?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left. And expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in the night, but then he came home. And he had custody with me to nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with me to nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because she never even probably.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so probably you're in hospital, and you'll be happening. I personally think he probably picked him up in the back. I don't know.
Yeah, where? Did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, well, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a conversation, and talk to us, but I mean, as right now, it's more, he's just at home, saying this comment, sometimes we'll have it with him.
No, that's why. That's what she did. He didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the hospital. I said, call Kansas police just to make sure if they go on a different complete representative that should be released. If anybody puts it from us.
Yeah.
Get it off.
Okay.
Apparently, they're not important to the party.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we haven't get any calls or anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. Alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay.
See ya.
See you. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Camden Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, do you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.?
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
So, I don't even know this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll ask you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Oh, we're
No
finally
objection.
hearing the 911 call.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please, for one, whatever it's.
Yes, I need to return to 34 years old, and she had that, the baby and tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up because you can't please go. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, right.
It's the house, the rest of line.
I think she's like, you guys have never been so cute.
Can't set line, just as it is.
Okay. Where's the market? I don't think like it has.
911 was emergency.
I immediately pissed her, so if you girls can't get that.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the shotgun in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay,
34 p.m. you can't have it, yes.
911 on the corridor, emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34? If you wrote it, Ethan?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay,
He's going to get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he right now?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend. He has children.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There's two women trying to. It could be heat and it's
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have the fire department going. They're just going to.
Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt to do?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I can't. I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm there. I know, I'm not going with the ambulance. I know. No, Kelly, you gotta get off somebody. Kelly, you gotta get off the hill.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking hours about me, and I
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head up?
Yeah, possibly looking to
Okay, bleeding from the face. And how big the bullet was that you did with
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes on.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Yeah. And how big the bullet was, if there is any?
Something coming out of the building. One of them is doing CPR.
Okay, one on the is doing CPR?
Yes. That's working on him.
All right, if you want the CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
What is that?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
So you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you received it?
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lank.
Why then?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lank is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Camden Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for Matterport reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R.
This is the one who gave the wrong address. Dever. I think.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Because this is the dispatch.
Sorry.
You can take it. Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there, she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve you?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I could barely hear the 911 call either, so I'll have to go back and listen.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, at Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat, has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat. They're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
Now, you talked a little bit about the audio as far as in the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a flash out. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
General Conn will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41.
All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Close your envelopes, leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
go back and listen and see if we can hear anything.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well, that,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
He's like, yeah, we're gonna be here a while. All right, so the 911 call was really hard to hear. You want to go back and listen before I take Lucy out? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if we can slow it down. My stomach's growling. I need to eat something. But let's listen to this first. Okay. All right, I'm going to slow it down to 0.75 and see if it's a little bit easier to understand.
Yes, I'm returned from the third floor to,
I muted myself and then forgot. Some of this will be a little bit easier to hear. Some of it's not going to help, but we'll see. Okay, she said, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview, Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
I think she's like 13 times after so she's okay. Here's the one that I don't keep going to carry. 911 emergency. Someone down immediately to start the Fairview Road, can't be now. What's going on? There's a guy on the top of the snow. In the snow?
There's a guy on the top of something.
Yeah, so for the Albert residence, yeah, I just pulled up and found him.
In front of the Albert residence, I just pulled up and found him.
So the first year you can't have it, yeah. I don't know how to pull it where your emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm talking. Come to 34. Yes, you wrote it. 34 Fairview. Yes, it's a man unresponsive in the snow.
A man unresponsive in the snow. She's given the right address now 3 different times.
Okay.
And she said it's the Albert residence.
What's going on today, now?
We just got to over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Is the girlfriend? Yeah, so please.
Okay.
He said, who's that in the background? She said, that's his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
How old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46 years old.
How long have you been on site?
I don't know.
46 years old. How long has he been on site? She said, I don't know. This is where it sounds like she says he got out of the car.
I don't know. He got out of the car and it could be a couple of hours. Is he carrying? Is he? I know. I don't know if he's breathing. There are 2 women trying to it could be heat in there.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to talk about it and then just get it out.
Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt to?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh. Okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. Alright, if I comment and the police run away, if everyone's finding CPR, then I can't. I'll hang up with you and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm there. I know, I'm not holding the interviews. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off from me. Kelly, you gotta get off from here.
You know if there's any alcohol and drugs involved?
I'm talking hours about me. And
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe it is head up. Is it head up?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, bleeding from the face. And how big the pool was, if there is any?
Something coming up is one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, it's working on her.
Alright, she's doing CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back, we becomes responsible, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
So she said the right address multiple times and said it's the Albert residence, and they still got it wrong. Multiple times. So I don't know. Also, I want to remind people that there is a difference in somebody being biased and somebody forming opinions. And we have some people in this chat who haven't made up their mind yet. We have some people who believe in her innocence, and we have some people who believe in her guilt. And that's not every trial we have is split. Some of them are, some of them aren't. But this chat is welcome to anyone and everyone, and anyone and everyone is allowed to give their opinions. We respect everybody, but I don't want to, for people who have, followed this case and formed opinions, you are more than welcome to have those opinions. I want to be clear, there's a difference in forming an opinion and being biased. There's also, like, we're not one of those chats that's going to call somebody who doesn't agree with us a troll. Everyone here is welcome, and everyone is able to give opinions and thoughts, and we all respect each other, and that's what I love about our chat. So for day one, what do y'all feel like stood out to you the most? Is there anything that has swayed anybody's mind one way or the other? I was thoroughly disappointed by the crime scene photos. I kept thinking that they would have better pictures than those blurry ones that we kept seeing, but we don't. Let's see. Carly says, I hate all the missing info with the police making things look like they are hiding things, but I'm thinking she hit him and didn't know it, and he was drunk and fell when he got hit, and then got up and passed out. Let's see. D Daughter says, I'm listening to all evidence, just waiting for prosecution to have some. Natalie O says, I believe she should have a fair trial and be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Haven't made my mind up yet. Regina Little says, I have not decided yet. I have so many questions about things they didn't do. My son is an officer, and you can bet if something is going on in his yard, he is going out there to see what it is. That's always been one of the things that was really weird to me, too, that they never came out. I've never understood that. Maybe that's something that they can clear up when they're on the stand. I don't know, but that's always been something that I never quite understood. Let's see. The glass at the scene of his body is hard to explain away if he entered the house. Terrible photos, terrible reason for not operating under probable cause and searching the house. He got offended by that. He did not like being questioned about having the probable cause. He didn't like that at all. Joan says, I just have reasonable, I think, doubt at this point. You know, the thing is, with all of the issues with the investigation, that's one of the hardest things it's going to be hard for them to overcome, because, you know, the first thing in poking holes in a prosecution's case is showing that things weren't done right from the beginning. And because there are so many issues, that has opened up the opportunity to point out those issues and to show all of the things that went wrong. And, you know, the defense is definitely going to point all that out to the jury. Homeowner will testify. Yes, the homeowner is on the witness list for the prosecution and the defense. Peter still says, today has swung me more to not guilty. The dodgy evidence, taking the long time frame between finding the shoe and taillight, etc. Let's see. Friday, when Kate was on the stand, I didn't get the feeling that she and Caitlin were close. The new pictures came out, and that makes me wary about Kate's testimony. Yeah, that's one of the things that it's one of those things that I said Friday when we were watching her, is that, like, if she had just been, like, yeah, I know her, we have some mutual friends, but she and I aren't close, it would have been more accurate and believable. I think that where she messed up potentially to the jurors, they might see it that same way. Like, if they find out that there is a closer connection than what she originally said. And even, them talking about the pictures, they didn't get to see the pictures, but even them talking about them, that could come across to the jury like, okay, well, she said, oh, I went to high school with a girl with that name, as opposed to, yeah, I know her, but we're not close. I think that can come across as like why it sounds potentially like she's trying to dodge it. You know what I mean? So we'll see where that goes. Let's see. Susan says, after that testimony this morning, definitely leaning not guilty. I thought it was really interesting too. He pointed out that the blood cups being right there, he's pointing out to the jury, because their whole thing, he came out saying she was framed. Karen Reed was framed. That was the very first words in his opening statement. So he's, like, that's not an easy thing for somebody to believe. So as they're going through all of this evidence, he's making a point to show different, opportunities where there could have been evidence tampering and there were, discrepancies and, all these things. So the defense is taking each piece of evidence and each, photo and each report and everything that they have and kind of walking the jury through how their theory is plausible. Let's see. I didn't know until today that the red Solo cups came from Tom Kelleher. I didn't know that either until today. And if that's in one of the reports, Lord knows I've read so many of these reports for the last 9 months. I may have missed it, but I don't remember that ever seeing that in any report. See, Allie B from Tennessee, I think the injuries to his body tell all. I can't believe a car did that, so I think she is not guilty unless they throw a bombshell I'm not aware of, which could happen. There could be, like, trials is where all the evidence comes out. So keep telling everybody, like, keep an open mind. We'll see what comes out. If she hit him in the street, wouldn't the taillight glass have been moved by the plow? Well, possibly. However, Lucky said that when he came through there, there was a Ford Edge parked right there. So he didn't, like, so I guess he wouldn't have been able to plow right there. And I don't know. I know when he came back later, they had closed off the street. So I don't know if there was an opportunity for him to plow that at all because of that. They are going to, Bev said they are going to discuss it again either today or tomorrow. To me, that video really hurt the prosecution. How could they find little clear pieces of plastic but not big red pieces of taillight? That has been one of my biggest questions. So I'm going to need for them to explain all that to me. I'm going to need all that. Did Karen tell her friend she dropped John off at the house? I didn't hear it in the first 911 call. I heard Jen McCabe say on the 911 call, it's hard to hear because it's so conjumbled and we're listening to a recording that's playing over loudspeakers there. But it sounded like she said he got out of the car. can't believe the red Solo cups with blood just sitting in the Sally port. I did not have Stop and Shop bag on my bingo card. I find it hard to imagine how she could have hit him and the glass being under his body. I mean, I would think that in order to explain that, like I would need somebody who can really break that down. Because it's one of the things that I just don't understand, the damage to the car versus the injuries that he sustained and how they found the glass but not his other shoe, his hat, the taillight pieces and all of that. That's what I would need them to clear up for me. Do we know how much snow was at 12 a.m. when she dropped him? Because the video from today shows glass on top of a thick layer of snow. The snow had not been snowing long. I think the snow had started, you know, around like very light, I think is what they said, like around like 10:30, 11-ish in most places. I did extensive research on the snow when I did that episode for the podcast, and I even like joined a Canton Locals Facebook group and searched that time frame, like, you know, because people will take like, oh, look at all the snow, you know, whatever. And so I even like was like creeping on people's pictures that they were posting in that locals group and trying to see how much snow was on at different times. Like I would look at the times that they posted the pictures and stuff. And I pulled up reporters that had like videos of them out in the snow and stuff, trying to see like different areas and how much snow was in whatever spot. And I found on a local news station, I found like their Facebook Live, like their weatherman went Facebook Live and said, and this was at like 10 something, and he was like, if you're going anywhere, you know, between like now and midnight, 1 a.m., you're good. But after that, you might want to get inside, you know, get where you're going to be, whatever. So there was snow, but it wasn't a lot yet. The report just said the Solo cups were from a neighbor's house. He was a neighbor. Not sure why they didn't say it was Kelleher's. I don't either. Yeah, because that's all I had ever seen was just a neighbor. So this is today. I was today years old when I found out that it was him. We are not done for the day. It's just lunch break. Today is one of the full days. Didn't Vinnie Politan say that Karen Reed thought she did a 3-point turn after driving up the road a little? So the 3-point turn is in the interview or Proctor's notes on the interview that he did with Karen Reed. It wasn't recorded, so we don't know exactly what was said or how anything was said or anything like that, but it was in that. The only other 3-point turn discussion at any point in time was Matt McCabe said that he saw tire tracks that looked like a 3-point turn when he looked outside, but he didn't actually see a 3-point turn. But then that contradicts one of the other statements that said that there was, I think it was both Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe who saw her drive off in the direction she was facing. So it's another one of those things that is very unclear because of all the conflicting reports. Who are they going to voir dire? I think they're going to voir dire Lank, if I remember right. Sully Ivy says, I went to college with Kelleher. Oh, really? Did you use red Solo cups often? I know I did in college. Okay, I think I'm caught up. I like hearing y'all's perspectives and see what y'all pick out. All right, I am going to take a little break, take Miss Pris out to do her thing, and eat something so that my stomach's not growling anymore because I forgot to eat breakfast. And then we'll be back. I will post what time did we go to lunch? What time did we go to lunch? We went to lunch at 1 Eastern. Okay, so we got about half an hour. That gives me enough time to take her out. All right, I will post this up here so that people don't wonder where I'm at, and I will be right back. Do you want me to leave the fan on? Because I know it makes some people dizzy. Hello. Hello. We're back. I have to like sneak in on y'all and like be quiet when I say it so that I don't scare everybody. Oh, I just realized my phone is on. Hello. Welcome back. I feel better. Lucy feels better. Did everybody enjoy your lunch break? Hello. Sneaking back in here. Sneaking back in here, and so is Lucy girl. Oh, she heard me say her name. Also, I got the link. Okay. I appreciate sending the link of the two mean girls talking about me, but I don't need to see that. I don't need to hear that. I don't care. It's, you know, I am not the type to have a stream where I sit here and make fun of, you know, other streamers. It's not who I am as a person. If they want to do that, that's who they are. I don't need to see it. I don't care about it. I don't need to hear criticism from people whose opinions I don't really respect anyway. So I appreciate that, but y'all don't have to send me those links. I don't care. Let them talk. That's not something we're going to do here, and that's all I care about. But we sure will make fun of Coffindaffer when she's running up to the porch. It's so funny. So funny. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, people, not everybody has to like me. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And that's okay. I don't need to be. I really want to know what happened to Chloe. You know, we've heard she's in Vermont. But who knows? I know it is a beautiful beach day. I wish I could be out there right now. It's so pretty. I wanted to be out there yesterday too, but I ended up working all day. Carlene13. Haters gonna hate. We love you, Brady. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, haters gonna hate. You know, it's okay. Not everybody's gonna like me. And I don't like everybody. Not everybody has to be best friends. Poor Chloe. I hope Chloe is like rehomed and living her best dog life. Shake it off, shake it off. Now you're going to have that song stuck in my head. We do disagree on college football. Now that's different. That's different. I will 100% talk crap about you all stream long when it comes to college football. It's different. Queen Oliver Thing, get to the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Resuming with
we got Paul somehow.
Just been marked as Exhibit 41.
We're resuming.
That's the cruiser camera video from your cruiser 682 that you were driving that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
13.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Where are you going, 80s? Says 6:12 a.m. If he points out the snow, I'm going to crack up laughing.
Can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is
thank
playing
you.
along, just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it.
Oh,
Okay.
I know why. I changed it to 0.75 speed. That's why we got a little bit behind. Oops. When we were listening to the 911 call. Okay. Now I got it. Now I got it up. We back together now. Karen Powers. Oh my goodness. That's really funny.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then. Sergeant, good, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but...
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
They've got video from those. That's
So
a Discovery.
At this point, the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fairview.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
They collected video from those that we will see.
You want to keep it positive like that? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
It was
So, sir, sorry, there's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right, that's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Apologize, Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Saraf.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, you can run. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Saraf. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Saraf, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Saraf, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, do you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification, identify the witness.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what, if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved with?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, and what, if any, response did she give?
So I walked Miss Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
And
That's in
how
everybody's
loudly
report.
did she say?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her then?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Lank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived on the scene?
Detective Sergeant Lank probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
And if you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview,
Yes.
couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Lieutenant Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go from? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Ms. Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
I wonder if they have dash cam video
And
of her.
Shortly
like,
after,
talking
and
and stuff.
at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later, I got a radio transmission from our officer that worked in dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our Officer Dever, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from the defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence, and if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then at some point, do apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the section 12?
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out?
Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lank's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lank go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on a front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Oh, good. So she did
Now,
tell one of them.
beyond
The other one
anybody
said
at
she
34
didn't say
Fairview
that.
Road, again, before you observed those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road, so you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing, and to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lank go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to in there?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And co-worker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lank took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lank go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lank?
Sergeant Lank ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do with it?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the
This
area,
is the kitchen and dining room that he's talking about.
Keith was on Officer Sarah's arrival?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
Oh,
and about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened there?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now we know.
With respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize that?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took two still photos.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to approach.
That dining room and that kitchen where they're at, you can see it's all kind of like
If I could have exhibit number 33.
right there together. I'll pull it up again when they stop talking.
Just the first one. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as Exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
We saw some of the stuff earlier. It didn't show the whole video.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer of snow?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observed each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be...
Yes, sorry, if you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry, can you?
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play
This is
through about
6:52 for
41 minutes
this.
and 12 seconds or so, but if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed in that spot.
Right here.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can stop. Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, the Bev sigh. We got like 7 more weeks of that. That sighing into the microphone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. That's the key. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 28.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach just to...
Yes.
And lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry. What's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Yeah, those bad pictures.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
While he's taking his moment. So if they were talking in the kitchen, this is the kitchen, and this is the dining room area that he's talking about, just to kind of give you some point of reference. That's the kitchen.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, what you believe to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's see
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
what defense says.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Somebody named.
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well-connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
Marketing.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked with the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you, or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Okay. Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have, yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is a teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking
He said,
you,
what am I taught?
with regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in...
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Thank you, Pantyflay.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pantyflay says if you have any codependency issues where other people's uncomfortable feelings make you feel uncomfortable, watching cross is hard.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show him the whole thing. Direct him to page 5. With that line. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a...
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just show
just
it
go
to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and direct you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you,
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct? Of the Canton Police. And you were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Sustained. Just to have Grant furiously typing. Oops. Just to have kind of an idea. So this is the front door that goes into that dining room that I just showed y'all, which is like open up to the kitchen. So that kind of gives you an idea of where they were in the house when they were talking to them. I'm reading some of y'all's comments. Oh yeah, secondhand embarrassment. Hello, Lindsay Hendricks. It's going. We found out today where the solo cups came from and where the weed eater came from, so getting questions answered. And I thought, okay, it makes sense now. I thought that Jen McCabe told him that that was her, but he already knew because he knows Brian Albert. Because I thought it was weird that the other cop said that Jen never
Sergeant Good, what was your
said that
understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Okay. So you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not do?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton Police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police?
That time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, but we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay, and when you say you work midnight, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah. Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
Right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway. We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up there?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
It's not weird for him to come in at 1:30 in the morning, he
Did he
says.
tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
It's just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
All right, so at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct. But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
I'll say, turn off those hot mics. He says his report
Now,
says 34.
When that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Yes.
I'm assuming he would have had to have somebody to
I'd
cover
ask
at
you
that
to
point then?
Read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. If I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided
That's
it would
the
be a
big
good
problem.
thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, And that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who
This
got
is-
there before you did?
That
Officer
foyer.
Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lank arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lanks does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue.
I'm like, what are we looking for?
Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Can you play it for another 20, 30 seconds? Were you able to see that when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just, again, from different vantage points?
Yes.
So did these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see counsel at Sidebar for just 1 second on this.
So he's establishing that they are lined up at the same time. And I'm assuming because one of the things that Lally said, whatever day it was, Lally said, was it Lally that said it? Something about how we don't know if the times are lined up and if the times are correct and all that. So he's maybe that's why he's making such a big point about it, but it's showing that they are, if they're wrong to the exact second of each other. So has anything so far from Cross swayed anybody's opinions yet? I want to hear.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m., and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no. He was in-
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why you didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why you didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers on the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident, no.
Right, well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that, no.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yeah.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No,
Do you recall who else was present?
no.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall, no.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes,
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
He's getting that in there because of the police report.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lank.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now,
There's no protocol for a leaf blower?
Police report. Going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lank.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank
ask
you.
you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done.
This is part of what everybody feels is
Thank you,
looks
sir.
very
You are.
shady. The police report.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
And take your time with it, sir.
I mean, that
And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed at as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
You know, part of this whole thing is that with all of this stuff being done improperly and all the reports being wrong and all of that, that's part of what leads to all the questions.
Else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay?
Oh, here we go.
If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti? Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done. Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
Right here.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And I'm sorry.
So while they're at sidebar, I will show you. This is the original, and then this is the altered. So the thing with this is, what are they showing, Karen? There are some changes that were made, but the thing is, the changes he's pointing out right now, like the report, that the time and date and all of that for the report after it was changed, the time and date of the new report didn't change, which is another issue. I mean, it's very sloppily done. Well, okay, according to the defense, it's purposely done. So it's either purposely or sloppily done. I did. I cheated and put it up without going to sidebar. The changes that are made, see if we get down here. Where is it? Brian Albert. Okay, so his phone numbers, you can see, well, it's got Higgins' address. I can't see anything on the screen. Hold on. It's got Higgins' address, he said, was listed as Washington. I didn't know that, but, or didn't catch that, I guess I should say. Where is Higgins? Oh, there it is. Okay, 1492 Washington Street. Oh, yeah. I didn't even catch that when we... Hold on, let me move this over here. I'll let y'all look at Karen. I can't see it on my third screen over here. That's like the one that y'all see is much smaller than my other two huge ones. And I can't see what I'm showing. I didn't even catch it. All right, here, let me show you this too. This part, go away. This whole part was added in too. Lank's report ends at the 8th paragraph where it has, approximately 9 o'clock, I was contacted by police station by McCabe, Jennifer. She asked if it was possible to come back to 34 Fairview to speak with her. And then on this one, it's got on February 4th, 2022. So obviously, if your report is dated January 29th, it wouldn't have a February 4th edition. What is that? Somebody in law enforcement, what would that be? Is that a supplemental report? Because isn't one of the other ones called a supplemental narrative or something like that? I think is what they called it in there. Oh, yeah, and Brian Albert's phone number. Oh, and they said that Brian Albert was the only one that was not listed. Hold on, let's scroll back up there. Scroll back up. What is she saying?
Trying to do this at Sidebar now. Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Oh, that's it?
If you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair, and taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye. Ending for the day. Get in the car says, I have a degree in computer science, and there are, oops, I just lost it. And there are mechanisms put in place to keep peeps from doing exactly what they try to do and alter a legal document.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 to 15, 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Very abruptly ended.
I'm just going to write it to them.
All rise, please.
All right. Voir dire. Writing it down. Yes, half day tomorrow. Half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So 9 to 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She's like, peace out. You know, with there being no air in there, that's going to be miserable as it gets hotter too. I do not envy them.
Notice back to session, you may be seated.
Is the witness here?
That'd be having things to do. She's busy.
Please watch your step to the stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who
Could
Brian
I just
Albert?
interrupt? I just need your name
Oh.
for the,
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, Lank.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes,
Thank you. I'll start over. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil,
Friendly?
exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy of Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You had been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
Yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo.
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and, for all intents and purposes, physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes,
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are. 'Cause that's
it was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
He then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lapalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And
Alfredo was released.
So the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault or battery or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lapalato and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Told to go
Once
away.
those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond? Something to the effect of, I'm not doing so good because you attacked me, and now I've got to defend myself in court.
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to how are you doing. They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes,
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
yes,
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No,
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come.
yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No,
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No,
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. Whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers in that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
no,
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
no.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
And that's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
Do you socialize with Brian Albert, or have you at any point in time?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No,
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
no,
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation. No. Even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him, and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion,
I don't know.
and his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today, or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than, something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lank's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth's case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to. The point is they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
yes,
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask, who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in? I can get the police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopolitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
You'd have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has admitted as burned. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago
So let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lank would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements, all those witnesses then subsequently talked to
troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does, so it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right, so we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise, please.
Who's surprised about that? Raise your hand. You know, I think listening to the case law that they're talking about, the you know, what they're hold on, sorry. Let me do this before I lose myself forever. What just happened? I just lost all my stuff. Oh my gosh. All my pictures. When they came back. Okay. Whew. I was about to say. So I thought I just lost all the notes that I was taking for today, and I was about to cry. So hearing the arguments for it, you know, Jackson saying that it is about, it's establishing bias and prejudice against Karen Reed in favor of the Alberts. And with Lank being the first officer to walk in the home and talk to them, you know, it makes sense. Like if you're, and it said he doesn't, you know, he's like, we don't have to prove that it is bias or whatever. The case law is written that it has to show that there could be bias or prejudice. Then the jury gets to hear it and then they can take it or leave it. So if this is something that they hear and they're like, oh, you know, this is one more building block on, you know, this theory that they are working together to protect one of their own, then they can take it as that. If they listen to it and they're like, that was forever ago, that probably doesn't matter anymore, then they can take it like that. But at least they'll have their, you know, they'll be able to hear whatever it is that they are going to hear about this, and then they'll have that information and they can decide. So here's our stats for the day. Let's see. Witnesses 2, sidebars 11, objections 35, if any's 107. 107 today. Lord of mercy. 107. Hold on, let me get our lally tally. 107. That means 408 total. We are up to 408. That's a whole heap. That's a whole heap. Wow. 19 I don't recalls. 1 voir dire. New words, berm. That's a new word that I learned today. And quote of the day, nothing about the scene was standard. Ain't that the truth? 107 what if any's. It's nuts. Nuts. Wild. Wild. Nikki says, so she just cut off Yanetti's cross when he was just about to get to the report being changed to do that. Oh, yeah. Well, they wanted to voir dire him today. I'm assuming he's going to take the stand tomorrow if we get to it. I think he's going to be, right? And he's going to be one of the next ones. So I guess I need to get this done. We still have not heard. She said that she was going to discuss the, all these photos, and apparently the recent photo at the baby shower or bridal shower or whatever it was. You know, she's going to address that either today or tomorrow. So I guess we'll see what happens there. But also, you know, one thing that I picked up today too, they said that Katie McLaughlin said that she didn't know the name of the officer that was standing right there with her when Karen said that. And on the dash cam today, one of them pointed out that it was Seraph. I said Seraph for so long in the podcast that now that I've heard his name said out loud, I cannot say it the right way. Seraph. That it was him. And I wonder if that's something that they're going to, well, I guess not. Well, maybe on, I don't know, during their closings or something. I don't know. Or not closings, but during their defense case. But she said that it was in front of the officer, and it was Seraph that was standing right there. And in Seraph's report, and Seraph to the grand jury, and Seraph on the stand, he said every single time that he didn't hear that's not what was said. The first time it was her screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" And I think he changed it to, or added in or whatever, you know, something about "this is all my fault" or whatever. I have it in my notes, but something to that effect. But that was the one that was standing there. And she said something about how then as soon as he said that she said, somebody go get Goody. So Goody testified today too. I guess they call him Goody. Goody testified today that he never heard her say that either. So personally, I've said before, like, I don't know if she said it or not. I wasn't there. I feel like if she did, more people would have said it initially, and it would have been in reports. All of the reports were pretty consistent from the beginning about, you know, her screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" But also, if she did say it, like, to me, it's like, I guess they were wanting this to be like a confession type thing. To me, that's not how it seems. Everybody's, you know, could interpret it differently. To me, it seems like she is, you know, confused and hysterical and trying to figure it out. And she's like thinking in this moment, like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? You know, so to me, it's not like this, you know, like, oh, she admitted to doing it. Like, that's not how I take it at all. I think if she woke up knowing that she had hit him, she wouldn't have been panicking, freaking out, you know, looking for him and driven to Waterfall and all that. I don't know. So, did we ever find out which route Karen Reed took to get home? No, but we will, I'm sure. He says that he did say in openings that there's video of her leaving 34 Fairview that night at the little, here, I can show you easier than I can explain it to you. Okay, so here's 34 Fairview, right? And then here's Meadows Avenue. So the ways that she could have gone, if she drove this way, she could have gone down this way, and here's Canton Public Library, so she would have passed by there for here. She could have gone this way, Chapman, and down, and then she still would have passed Canton Library. Or she could have come this way, and then all the way over here, and then come down. They collected video from this location, and from the little corner store that's like right here. And they said that they have video of her leaving 34 Fairview right here. So that means that she either came down this way to go home or down this way to go home. So at least we know that we have narrowed it down now to one of those. The call before the 911 call, that was Carrie Roberts calling in to ask if there had been anybody like arrested, you know, like if you're looking for somebody, you can call like, hey, you know, this dude ended up in the drunk tank or something. They were looking for anybody because they were still looking for John at that point. So that was her. I know it was really hard to hear. The audio was terrible. So really, really hard to hear. Let's see. Reason I ask is if she went Cedar Crest, she would not have been remotely close to the pallet in the Albert's yard. If she had went Cedar Crest, what, going home? Like if she had done the 3-point turn or whatever? Cassie's, yes, that was the name of the store. That was the name of it. There is video of them on the way to Fairview. And I think they came from, because Waterfall is right here. And they came, I think, up through here, up here. And they actually missed the road right here. They missed Cedar Crest and came like, if I remember right, I have it all mapped out or whatever. They went like, came up here, turned, and then came through here, and then past Fairview, and then she reversed directions and then came down here. So Fairview is very steep going the opposite way. Yeah, they brought that up too in a lot of the testimony. They've asked, you know, did you come this way or that way, and tell me something about the road right there. So they've all pointed out that there's like a steep grade on that hill. Sure she didn't go by Stop and Shop. The Stop and Shop bags. All right, let's see. Where is... There is some kid screaming. Can y'all hear that? screaming. I can't tell if it's coming from the pool or from down the hall somewhere. Screaming. Okay. All right. Yeah, he said he couldn't leave the room several times, but then he jumped to go to the scene and called his buddies to meet him there. It's interesting. I mean, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see the outcome of this, because there's still evidence coming out. You know, there's still a lot that we don't know. We're slowly, little by little, having our questions answered, like where the leaf blower came from and where the solo cups came from. So little by little, we're having all of our questions answered, but there's still so many more. So it'll be interesting to see how all the evidence comes out, and then, you know, see what they prove and what they can't. What theory are they using? The 3-point turn or the 62 feet straight? 62 feet straight is now what they're going with at 12:45. So we will see. We will see what all comes out. I think that one of the biggest things that they're going to have to, you know, clear up for the jury is going to be the how, you know, how it happened according to their theory, and how it caused those, you know, how it caused those injuries. Because I think that's going to be one of the, for most people that I've talked to, that's one of the hardest things to understand with this. I was confused as to why the cups of blood they collected the day of were behind the car in the bay days later. He says that is, I think he said that that's when they were transferring the evidence over to the state investigators. So I guess they were photographing them at that time. He said that they had been in a refrigerator for 3 days before that happened. So I guess they were transferring it in the solo cups in the Stop and Shop bag. Aaron Morgan says, I was so neutral at the beginning of this trial, but the Commonwealth is making my blood boil at the shambles of investigation and making me think Karen Reed is innocent. You know, that's one of the things I've said from the beginning, is that the investigation and the lack of concern for it and the lack of care for it has been one of my biggest problems from the beginning on this, because I feel like, let's say I think there's proving the murder thing is going to be, I don't think there's a snowball chance in hell that they're going to get a conviction for that. I just don't. I think that their best chance with prosecution would be that, you know, convincing the jury that she, you know, hit him, you know, whatever, and either didn't know or hit him on accident or something. I don't know. But as far as the murder charge, I don't see that happening. But juries are unpredictable. But let's say that that's what happened, and look at how the investigation was done, and look at all of the reports being so messed up, and look at all of the problems that have gone on with this. That is a direct reason why all of this has happened, because by not doing things how they're supposed to be done, and not, you know, like having everything done by protocol and having the reports be checked and having all of these, having all of this stuff, that this whole circus that has become of this is a direct result of all of the problems with the investigation and the reports. Because if they had done everything, and look, and I get it, like, you can't, like, no crime scene is ever going to be perfect. No investigation is ever going to be perfect. But this one was just so bad. That it's frustrating for me. And I hope, and I've said this from the beginning, I hope that there is so much attention and heat on this that, it changes how they do things and that they never make this mistake again, because I feel like, Officer O'Keefe deserved a thorough investigation. And if they had done things the right way, then, it could have answered some of those questions in the beginning, and then we wouldn't be questioning things so much. It wouldn't cause all this, all this doubt. So I don't know. Blair is jumping up and down thinking Bev is letting it in. We'll see tomorrow. She said that she doesn't disagree with it coming in. So we'll see, at what capacity she thinks that it's going to come in or what she's going to let come in, and, we'll see. But she does not sound like she's just dismissing the whole thing. So, and Jackson had the case law to, Emily Suzanne, no perfect investigation. You think this one was worse than Sled's investigation? I mean, the problem with this one is that, like, it's not even just the investigation itself. It's like all of the reports and everything done since then too. So it has caused so many problems. Just even with like the conflicting statements and with, at least with that, like there were recorded interviews, so we were able to look at that. And with this one, there's not only are there not recorded interviews, but there's no notes about the interviews. And the reports that were submitted about these interviews were done sometimes weeks later, and the witness who the report was about, their interview, never signed them. So we don't even know what was really said, or if all of these, changing stories and stuff are because the officers who are writing the reports later on, don't really remember, or, we don't know any of that because they don't have any kind of way to show, or document that. And that's a big problem. That's, part of what has caused so much open space for doubt in this. Yes, she is charged with second degree. When did they remove her taillight, and when did they collect the blood in the solo? The blood in the solo cups came from the first search when Canton had the leaf blower out there. The taillight was removed, I think he said February 1st was the date on, yeah, February 1st was the date on that because we saw the dash cam on it. Do they up the charge to first degree from second degree? No, they upped it from manslaughter to second degree. So they added on the second degree murder charge. So we'll see what comes out. I mean, right now, obviously, we're in the beginning stages. There's a ton of reasonable doubt. There's a lot of holes that they're going to have to fill in, over the next 6 weeks or however long we have left. Maybe longer if it keeps going like this. Yeah, they upped the charge from the original charge. They did that in June, but the original charge was the manslaughter. They upped it to second-degree murder. Yeah, they'll have the lessers. I mean, they have the lesser included on there, I think, already. Like the manslaughter or whatever is on there. The jury instructions, of course, are going to be really important for this one. So I think that if let's say some of the officers just thought, okay, Karen did it, whatever, and thought this was very open and shut. Maybe that's why they didn't take any care with some of this. They were expecting it to be very like open shut. Maybe some of the stuff that happened, it was kind of like just done thinking it wasn't going to have to be scrutinized the way it is, but I don't know. I for some of it, for some of the stuff, it's just really messy, really bad. Wouldn't there be some blood on the back of the car if they are trying to say that's where the cuts come from? I thought so, but he said in the openings that he was pointing out the glass in the right hand, and he said that it was the same hand that had the scratches and damage. So I don't know if he's insinuating that that's where that came from. Like I said, that's one of the things that I don't understand. I don't see how that could be, and they're going to have to explain it to me to make me understand that part. I don't get the impression they thought she killed him at first. I didn't either. But I mean, I know that they did within a couple days, but I mean, not right in the very beginning. Was Karen told prior to finding John's body that he wasn't at the Albert's house? Yeah, when she woke up at 4:30 a.m., she starts panicking and wakes up John's niece and asks if she had heard from him, and she said that she hadn't. So the niece calls Jen McCabe, and Karen talks to Jen McCabe and finds out that that Jen said that John was not there. There were stories about her saying that she didn't even remember dropping him off. She didn't remember going there, that she was so drunk that she didn't remember going there and stuff like that. So there's been different stories about her not remembering going there. I hope that somebody who's really good with tech stuff takes that and cleans it up some so it's a little bit easier to hear. I'm sure somebody will. It was really tough audio to hear. What sinks their case for me is the Google search by Jen McCabe. That was the first thing that really caught my attention with this, because that was the first time I was like, it was like the first little bit of doubt that I had in this, because I was like, wait a minute, why would somebody be doing that? And, they have experts on both sides who are going to give two very different stories about when it happened. Nobody disagrees that the Google search happened at 6:23 and 6:24, but the defense and their experts have said that it also happened at 2:27, and it's in the report. Commonwealth is going to, bring in their expert who says it didn't happen at 2:27, the programmer I talked to, programmers, I should say, encoders and all that stuff that I did for that 227 video. You know, I asked them because they don't follow this case. They, you know, don't care anything about it. I just like, just explain it to me. And they said that it wouldn't have shown up at 227 if it was done that far, that with that far of a time. If there's a discrepancy on time, it would be within like 5 minutes, not within hours. So that's going to be big for the jury because they're going to have their experts up there explaining this, and that's very technical stuff, and technical stuff is really hard to focus on for a jury. So I think a lot of that is going to come down to whose expert is able to grasp the jury's opinion or attention and relay the information in a way that makes them feel like they understand it, because they're basically going to have to pick one that they believe over the other. So I think a lot of that is going to have to do with, I mean, think about it like this. Jackson is one of those attorneys that's, and Yannetti, you know, their presence is very, like you pay attention to them in the courtroom, you know. Lally is very monotone and he doesn't change his tone, and he's a lot harder to focus on. So if you're just going off opening statements, like if you're a juror, and that's like, this is just an example, but if you're just going on opening statements, it would be more likely that you would understand and accept the defense's theory over the prosecution's, for the simple fact that you couldn't really follow Lally's the way that you could Yannetti's. So I think it's going to come down to that too with the technical stuff. It's going to be a lot of who can keep the attention of the jury and explain that in a way that they believe, you know, makes more sense than the other experts. But we'll see. He said that it's not weird for Higgins to come in at 1:30 a.m. I thought it was weird, but I don't work there. But then didn't he say in the grand jury, because originally it was to go do administrative work, and then in the grand jury he said it was to go move his car. So why would he have gone in if he was moving his car? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Hello, hello. It's an open bar. Sidebar. Sidebar. J.O. would have been out cold prior to, oh. I can't find it, but in order to make his head injuries fit the bumper, the body faces forward, head tucks down all the way to a 90-degree angle, and his head rotates to a 160-degree angle and hits head on the bumper. How did it smash the tail light? And how did she get to that speed in reverse for that long? That part I'm still confused about. Karen Reed needs to take the stand. You think she needs to take the stand? You know, they've got her interviews and stuff that they're going to play for the jury. So the stuff that she said to the reporters and like the interviewers, I think for Nightline and stuff like that, they've got that. They subpoenaed for that, and I believe they're going to Play that for the jury. Crazy girlfriends running their boyfriends over with a car isn't unheard of, but found on the front yard from a hit and run in reverse is. Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't make sense to me. They're going to have to fill in those holes for me. Do we know if Bev is actually kin to the Alberts or any involved, or is just that speculation? She's not related to them. Her, I think it's her brother represented Kevin Albert. In a case, the anti-Bev thing came from, was it Matt McCabe's brother? I think Sean McCabe, wasn't it? If I remember right. Where he called her Auntie Bev and said something about, you know, her seaside cottage. Head is stuck under arm like a headless horseman. Oh. I wish we could see how someone can get to 24 miles per hour in a snowstorm without fishtailing into a house. If you see somebody going 20, like the thing that Vinnie Politan did where he did not want to go 24 miles an hour in reverse because obviously it's hard to get 24 miles an hour in reverse. So he did the 24 miles an hour forward and then like watch the video in, you know, reverse. And then he did 4 miles an hour, I think, in reverse, and then sped it up 6 times so that you could see kind of different angles. Seeing that video, like, that's really fast. Brogan Baker says, do you feel that Bev changed her tune today? I felt she might have watched all the press over the weekend. A lot of people in here were saying that too, that they felt like she was, a lot more balanced today. There weren't as many sighs. I kind of miss the sighs. I don't really miss the sighs. That looks so unrealistically possible, especially in the snow and while intoxicated. Yeah, it looked, I mean, to me, it looked really hard. You know, the first time that they had talked about the 62 foot in reverse, you know, at 24.2 miles per hour, the first time we heard that, it was, you know, supposedly at 1225, which was easily debunked. But now they said in openings it's 1245. So they're going to have to bring up the voicemail. My words are escaping me. The voicemail that she left that they said was at 1241. So if she left him a voicemail at 1241 and they said you can hear her like with the garage door opening and stuff, then you know, unless they gave wrong times for that, I don't know, but they said that that there's a voicemail that she left him at 1241 where you can hear her at the house, which would make it impossible, of course, for her to hit him at 1245. So we will see. Another one of those things. Like I said, this one leaves us with more questions than answers. Oh, yeah, that's true. Bev did the heavy sigh today during Lally. Why does every witness smack their lips? It's so annoying. Let me tell you, I used to do that too, and I did not realize it until I recorded my first video on YouTube. You know, I started doing videos before I did the live streaming, and I did not realize that I did it until I recorded my first video, and I was like, oh, did not realize I did it. Some of those things you don't notice that you do until You see it. My son is an officer and they practice back up really fast. Do they get to 24.2 miles an hour and 62 feet? That's what we need to know, Virginia Little. That's what we need to know. If she hit him, why weren't there any tire marks in the mud? Well, Matt McCabe, in one of the statements, it said that he saw 3-point turn type tire marks in the snow, but right where John was found, but he didn't see John. He just saw tire marks, but he didn't say he saw that. He said he saw 3-point turn marks. Karen said that she did a 3-point turn. Well, according to the reports. I don't trust anything from the reports because they've all been so messy. So according to the reports, Karen said that she did a 3-point turn. See, that's the thing that they were both drunk and she could have backed up that fast, but he would have had broken hip, legs, other injuries. He looked like he got beat up really bad. What is the 24 mile per hour measured by? GPS or tire rotation? It said, it was very unclear in the report that we saw. It said based on, I can't remember, it was something, and other factors. That based on, what was it? I can't remember. I have 9 months worth of documents. Well, more than that. 2 years worth of documents shoved in my head for this case. But it said based on whatever information they got from the car and then the, and other factors that their cars team opined that she was going 62 feet in reverse when at the time of impact at 24.2 miles per hour. And then once she hit him, she continued in reverse before leaving. Here's my question. Why was Jen so hard pressed to get Karen and John to come over when there was a huge storm on its way? You know, I know that there's a lot of discussion about them. I have tried to be very careful about, you know, there are certain things that like are just like factual that we can look at that are like, okay, you know, in reports it shows that, you know, this Google search was done at this time. And, you know, in reports, it shows that this is contradicting this. So for those things, you know, I do like bring those up because those are things that are in the reports, it's things we have to talk about. But when it comes to like the speculation stuff about the people involved, I made it a point during all of this to be very, very careful with that, because just like Karen is given the, you know, the benefit of innocent, you know, unless they can prove otherwise, so are they. So I've made it a point since I started covering this to be very careful with speculating on who may have done what and why, because it's, you know, we can look at their data, we can look at what they're doing, we can look at what they've, you know, what the reports are saying, we can look at their testimony when they get up and all that, but you know, and the jury will look at that and they'll decide, you know, and they'll listen to the defense and they'll decide what they think. But I don't want to speculate on that because I just have purposely been very careful about that, just because, you know, they are also, you know, innocent unless otherwise proven. My car screams at me if I get near anything. So they did test her car, and her backup camera, they said in the report that her backup cameras and her alert system were working for the reverse thing. But then, of course, then we see the video of her the next morning, like hitting John's car in the driveway. So but the report said that her backup camera and her alert, I don't know if it's like the audible type of alert, or most of them are, or if it's like, some of them have like a flashing light thing on your dash or something. Pretty sure cars, apps, and SIM cards record a lot of info, like fast accelerating and braking as well. Will be interesting to see all the discovery come out. I remember reading somewhere in this that the black box doesn't record things unless there's like an impact, or if there's some kind of, oh gosh, I don't remember if I read this or if this was one of the experts that was talking about it somewhere, but I remember hearing at some point that there was, there's a record that it makes if you all of a sudden like accelerate, super, super fast or whatever, or if there's impact, of course, but that it's not everything that's recorded. It's not like, like an airplane. Well, like everything's recorded. Everything that happens is recorded on the airplane black box or whatever. But it's not like that in a car. It's triggered by certain things. So that's been one of the questions too, is if there was, something or nothing that triggered it to record any of that data. Because if there's no impact showing that on there that it recorded, then that's a little bit harder to understand. You can turn the audible off in my vehicle. I wonder if it was turned off in hers, since she did hit the car the next day. It's a possibility. This case is so unpredictable that making predictions will break our hearts. Yeah, it really is. This one has been one of those that you cannot, you just never know. You just never know. And every time you think you know, then somebody else comes trotting up here to testify, and then all of a sudden you don't know again. It's interesting. My work truck tracks harsh brake, acceleration, harsh turns, speeding, everything like that. So maybe that's what it is. I'm sure we'll hear it at some point, but CS Brady, we appreciate that you stick to documented facts and that you don't muddy the water with anything speculative. Thank you. Thank you. The car has a camera and it makes noise when you are approaching something from behind to close. Yeah, that's the one that they tested and said that it was working when they did the testing when they got the car. So I don't know. We'll see. We still got a lot ahead that we got to listen to, that we got to hear. So I will be very curious. All this information. We are going to call it a day now. I have to work on the podcast episode. And get some stuff together for that. Why didn't the airbag go off? The impact being in the back doesn't release the airbags in the front. It may, if they have like side airbags in the back, sometimes it'll release those, depending on the car and where the sensors are, but they got the car data from Murdoch trial and no impact. That was crazy. Like, they came running in with that at the last minute. State has a burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They do. And I mean, it's going to be a tough burden with the way that the investigation was handled, as well as with you know, just how muddy everything is. So 84 years ahead of us. 84 years. It's 24 miles per hour. Yes, 24.2 miles per hour, 62 feet. 24.2 miles an hour, 62 feet. All right. All right, we're going to call it a day. Tomorrow, we have day 6. It's going to be a half day. So it is 9 to 1. We will finish with the witness that's on the stand, and then maybe we will hear from Lank. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Tomorrow might be a big day. We'll see what happens. It's going to get messy. This case is going to get messier before, you know, it's going to get messier. But, all right, y'all. I appreciate you watching with me. I appreciate you hanging out. Hit like button on your way out if you haven't already. Thank you to all of our Twitter folks who are watching with us too, or X, whatever you want to call it. Even though some of them are just watching because they hate me and they want to talk crap later. Hi to y'all too. I will see y'all tomorrow. We will probably start about 15 minutes before-ish, 15, 20 minutes-ish before. I'll get the stream set up in just a few minutes, so y'all can head on over and hit notify me and all that good stuff. Sound good? Sounds good. All right, I'm going to work on the podcast. I will see y'all tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?